Checking audio 1 2 1 2 3 4. Audio for YouTube 1 2 3 4.
What are you rooting for? Oh, is it? Oh, that's not the. He's gonna sign your budget book and pass it down. Turn on. Turn on.
It'll be cold before you know it. All right, we're going to go ahead and call the Common Council meeting to order. If I could all get you to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Molly, if you could help us with the roll call, please.
Sure thing. Alderperson Henry.
Here.
Alderperson Schaefer.
Here.
Alderperson Valdy.
Here.
Alderperson Wilkin.
Here.
Alderperson Grimmer.
Here.
Alderperson Price.
Here.
Alderperson Eicher.
Here.
Mayor Atwell.
Present.
Administrator Hafner.
Here.
Treasurer Buckman.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move into item number 4A, public hearing number 1. Hearing for public comments on the proposal to vacate and discontinue a portion of Lake Street public right-of-way. Is there anyone that would like to come up and speak to public hearing number 1? Public hearing number 1. Seeing none, public hearing number 1 is now closed. We'll move on to 4B, public hearing number 2. A hearing for public comment on the proposal to vacate and discontinue a portion of an alley with public right-of-way. Is there anyone that would like to speak to public hearing number 2? Public hearing number 2. Seeing none, public hearing number 2 is now closed. And we'll move on to number 5, which is a special order of business. A presentation by Eagle Scout Logan Hipkiss on his proposed Eagle Scout project to build a brick patio and outdoor kitchen space at the Lake Country Fire Station 42 in the city of Delafield, followed by council discussion and possible action to approve the project. Welcome.
You push the button, yep, there you go.
Am I good to go?
Yep.
Hello, my name is Logan Hipkiss. I am a Lake Country Fire Cadet and a Merchant Boy Scout for Troop 47. I am here to get your approval for the downtown Delafield Lake Country Fire to build a brick patio and a built-in barbecue. It's going to be in the back corner of the firehouse, connected where the police department is. So if I can get your approval, my target date is done fundraising at the end of December, and placement orders at the end of December for sure, and then start the manual labor part towards the middle of spring, and then at the end of spring, I'll put all my work done and submit it. So, any questions?
Hey, Mike, can you bring up the design in the packet on the TV, please? Oh, okay.
So I have two questions.
Okay.
So you're a fire cadet?
Yeah.
A fire what?
For Lake Country?
Yeah. What does that entail?
So, every Tuesday the second Tuesday of every month, I go to Neshota, and Tanya in the role has, or someone there has something planned for it, and we do it.
Okay, two-part second question. You're like hearing for Congress, right? First part is the police. Did the fire chief and the fire department approve of your plan? And two, how is it going to be maintained long term?
So, I've never really thought of how it's going to be maintained long term. It's like just clear the snow when there's snow on the ground, and then, yeah, people did approve it. The chief and stuff have their signatures. So.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
I spoke to the fire chief today, and he's very excited about it. How did you come up with this idea?
When I was a kid, I've always wanted to be a firefighter, so, and I thought of an idea of like maybe a grill, and then I was going to do it originally at the Neshota station, but someone said, one of the Lake Country and Fire employees said they would rather have it at the Delafield station, so got all the paperwork and got that approved.
So the project includes the brick patio installation?
Yes. So I'm going to lay the patio brick and then build up a built-in barbecue pit, like barbecue, yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Looks like it's conveniently located for fire, police, and public works.
And I live nearby too, just throwing that out there.
So you have to raise money to get the components to build this. Am I understanding that
Yes,
correctly?
and I will be taking donations, so if this does get approved, I will leave a flyer on the I will leave a flyer on the back table so people can donate if they want to.
Okay.
If approved, is this something we could put on the city website, or is this something that maybe not because it's an Eagle Scout thing? Just question.
Yeah, so do you, how do you have a Facebook page, or do you have some link that you could share with the people on TV that if they wanted to donate, that they would know how?
I have the flyer. I can send it to you. Also, the only thing is it will need to be taken down, so it can't be continuous money. That's only, I think, one of the rules with it.
Okay. Are you using a GoFundMe or anything like
I
that?
can't use anything that I have to stop it, so I have to go around.
Okay, so with pieces of paper?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I do Venmo and Pay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Venmo and PayPal.
There's a flyer with the QR codes in the packet.
Oh.
On page 37 of the packet for both the Venmo and the PayPal.
Wonderful. Well, great. And if there aren't any other questions, do we have a potential motion?
I would move to approve the Eagle Scout project for the installation of the Country Fire Department outdoor kitchen.
I'll second.
Great. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? It's passed unanimously. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
That was a resounding yes. Well, thanks for coming. Thanks for doing the project. Okay, number 6, approval of the following meeting minutes.
Move to approve November 6th regular meeting minutes.
Second.
Any changes or discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. All right, we're on to number 7, City of Delafield citizens' comments. First hand up. Come on up, Mary.
Good evening, everyone. Mary Daniel, 309 Wisconsin Avenue here in Delafield. I love an Eagle Scout project, so I'm glad you all said yes. Thank you. This evening, I'd like to talk about number 12 on your agenda, new business, the proposed 2024 budget book, 5-year capital improvements, etc. Page 108. The Liberty Park Riverwalk Liberty lighting, $69,795 for 7 poles. The city of Delafield requires all new construction for commercial, waterfront, and residential to be downcast lighting to reduce light pollution, to the best of my knowledge. These 7 poles, which I believe are 14 feet tall, don't comply in my world. The Delafield Arts Foundation has mentioned it's dark for their events. The Arts website for event times for 2023 had showtimes starting at 7 p.m. Their 2024 events start at 5:30. I Googled sunrisesunset.org. Honestly, it exists. And I asked for August 2024 for Delafield. August 8th, sunsets at 8:07, August 22nd, 7:46. So just under $70,000 for 7 tall poles for 2 events in August is not what I feel being fiscally responsible with my tax dollars. If additional lighting is needed, let's try luminaries. Fireman's Park could use some updated playground equipment for the littles who use it. Thank you, everyone, and please have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much for your comments. and
Thank you,
same to
Mary.
All right, who would like to be next? Come on up.
Hello, happy Monday before Thanksgiving. I'm Jackie Lighton.
Can you push the button on the, yep, right there. There you go.
You'd think I'd know that, Molly. Thank you. Hi, hello. I'm Jackie Lighton, and I live at 1614 West Shore Drive here in the great city of Delafield. I just wanted to come down tonight because I know that the pier project is on the next budget once again, and I have seven quick points of objection because it's kind of becoming community theater, so my items may not be entirely new to you, but I do think that they are well encapsulated and quick. So when it comes to objections about the pier project, so many things come to mind. One, it simply isn't well planned, despite years of opportunity to do that. Two, it's not supported by one single riparian homeowner on St. John's Bay, not one. Three, it's not supported by a majority of the Common Council. See points 1 and 2 that I just mentioned. 4, the DNR has designated St. John's Bay as an ASNRI, which means an Area of Special Natural Resource Interest. This means that that bay is to be protected. We do not think the DNR has even looked at that issue, only at the structure. 5, the bay is way too shallow. We took measurements October the 25th in the bay, showed the water depth at merely 14 inches and only 9 inches at the shoreline. 6, the muck and the natural aquatic plants that are in there are key to the health of the bay, which protects the larger game fish who feed in the bay at night. The health of the bay supports the health of the lake, which protects the properties and property values of the homes all along the lake. 7, this is the only place on the lake with even minimal protections. Let's keep it that way. And here's one other concern, point 8. The safety for the paddle boarders and kayakers and all the non-motorized traffic we see out there. The no-wake shallow bay is just perfect for that eco-friendly tourism we like to attract here. We have plenty of spaces for motors and pontoons as well, but it's nice to have the mix. And the no-wake shallow bay deserves, quiet, flat water away from the larger recreational boats. I like both. We have a speedboat, we have kayaks, we have paddle boards. The rest of the lake is plenty lively. So I'll just conclude by saying, not once in all the years since this pier project was placed on the budget by our mayor, not a single time has he reached out to the folks who have expressed concerns. That in itself is very telling. When you marginalize or exclude the people who will be directly impacted by the project you're pushing and who you expect to pay for it, that sheds a light of dismissiveness that's really troubling from the person who's supposed to be a mayor for all of us citizens. It's not good city business. It's not good for the Delafield Common Council. It's not a good look. It's not sensitive. It's divisive. But I'd like to end on a note of cohesion and, as I said, wish everyone a safe and happy togetherness, family, friends holiday. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Thank you, Jackie.
Who would like to be next? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Fran Bills. I live at 1522 Milwaukee Street here in Delafield. I too wish to address concerns with the pier project. And I'll just read you what I've written. Despite overwhelming community objections to building piers on St. John's Bay, along with a contested case hearing in January to rescind the DNR permit, Mayor Atwell is asking the City Council approve private donations for the building of the piers. I doubt these donations will cover long-term maintenance of the piers. Our tax dollars will be needed to maintain piers used by very few individuals. The community overwhelmingly objects to spending tax dollars on this project. In addition, many of your constituents who do not live on the lake rely on the unobstructed, beautiful view of the bay and the lake beyond from the west shore of St. John's Bay in order to enjoy Nagawicca Lake. There's tremendous community concern for the irreparable damage that will undoubtedly be done to aquatic plants and animals in St. John's Bay if piers are built. It is the boat traffic, not the pier, which endangers the aquatic plant and animal life in St. John's Bay. The DNR has designated St. John's Bay an area of special natural resource interest. Yet Allison Masick from the DNR stated at least 3 times during a public hearing that she was not taking increased boat traffic into account when approving the pier permit. By granting a pier permit for St. John's Bay, the DNR is ignoring their own protections. Please, please, please do not grant the mayor's request that private donations be collected for building piers on St. John's Bay. The $30,000 in funds already allocated for the pier project should be put towards a project the community overwhelmingly supports. I will also say that at another council meeting, I believe Mr. Hafner said that, or was it discussion of the pier, that we'll wait and see if the boat traffic, if it creates problems, it'll be too late. Once that, the muck and the mud and the plants, once that destruction occurs, we're not going to bring it back. It's done. So I'm hoping that we do not move forward with the pier project. Thank you, and have a wonderful Thanksgiving with family and friends. Safe travels should you be leaving our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and same to you. All righty, who would like to be next? Come on up.
Nice chair. My name is Carol McAllister, and I live at 1925 Moraine End Drive in the city of Delafield.
Carol, can you please spell your last name?
I'm sorry?
Your last name, please.
McAllister, McAllister.
And then repeat your address one more time for me, please.
I'm sorry?
Repeat your address one more time for me, please.
1925 Moraine End Drive.
Thank you.
If the city is responsible for recently paving the road near my house and for the new pavement of several other city streets, then I would like to applaud the use of tax money for the common good. I am delighted to see my tax monies used to improve the city as a whole and would like to encourage you to continue such improvements. Rather than spend $30,000 to benefit a few with piers in St. John's Bay, improving roads and other infrastructure will benefit many residents and not damage a protected area. From a cost-benefit point of view, improving the infrastructure is the better use of scarce tax dollars for all of Delafield. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Thank you, Carol.
All right, who would like to be next? Come on up.
Susie and Emma Thompson, 700 Milwaukee Street. I'm on the agenda as the first item under new business. I am asking you to let me tell you about it at this time. I am having my 5th major surgery of the year, and according to my doctor, I'm not supposed to be in public gatherings or public meetings a week prior to a full knee replacement. So if you see me with a walker and crutches for the next month, you know why. I'm doing a Pay It Forward project again this year in providing free dog collars. And like buying stamps at the post office, when you pay a certain price, when the price goes up, the value of your stamps just went up. So the collars, which were $4, $5, and $6, are now up $1. So they're actually worth more. But martingale collars are dog collars that dogs cannot slip out of. And because that's very important and dear to my heart, we actually have our doggie Emma because she did slip a collar and she was found running the streets of Chicago, and that's how we ended up getting her as a rescue. I've been providing free dog collars for the last 3 years, and with the collars that I have in the basket, I added some more. I made a special order through Elmbrook Humane Society, and with about 75 collars in that basket, it'll be about 160 dog collars that I've donated to anybody who comes by, whether they live in Delafield or they're visitors or whatever. But putting them on our porch in Ziploc bags with the weather changing and a lot of wind and a lot of water, I don't want water to get in there and have them damaged. So I had asked, since we ask for people to pay for their dog collars every year at the end of the year for the following year, if the city would allow me to put the basket, and I just set it at the back here. It's rather heavy for me to carry right now. But they're all in sized Ziploc bags, and they go from extra small up to large. So they go for doggies that are as small as 5 pounds to doggies that are, the biggest dog I know that got one was a Burmese mountain dog, and I think they said it was 170 some pounds. So the majority of the collars in there are for dogs 80 pounds and less. But I will buy more of any size needed, but it's beautiful potpourri of colors. But the Pay It Forward project is to keep doggies safe, and all doggies, like all people, like to have something new and pretty, and people compliment you when you have something new and pretty. So even if your dog has a collar, but they want a new one or a different color, I would love to see anybody grab one. I know you're not allowed to talk back to me, but this is kind of fun. I get to talk and you don't. So I'm going to leave early, and Jackie, if they say no, if you bring the basket back to me. But if you say yes, if you'd let that go out in front, if you want me to make a different sign to go with it. But hopefully everybody would like to have a collar for their doggie. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, who'd like to be next? Have anybody else going? Oh, come on up. Oh, now it's off. There you go.
Hello. Hi, my name is William Zacher. I live at 2808, 2810, and 2735 Burries Road. I get a tax bill for all of them.
Can you spell your last name?
08 is my primary resident.
But can you spell your last name?
Z as in zebra, A-C-H-E-R.
Okay, right. Thank you.
And I'm here to speak in support of the pier. As a longtime city and lake resident, I'm excited for the opportunity to be able to access downtown amenities via boat. It's my opinion, there's a small group of vocal, not in my backyard, people that don't want to see this happen. The majority of people I speak to, actually everyone I've spoken to about this in my neighborhood, is excited about it and approves it and would like to see it happen. One of my properties abuts Astro Bay, and in the summertime that bay is full of boats. And would I prefer a little less traffic in there? Yeah, but the lake's a resource for all people, and everybody's welcome to it. So, in my opinion, this thing should go forward. And again, I believe the majority of city residents approve of this. I'd like to see it happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Any other citizens' comments? Going once, going twice. Citizens' comments are now closed. Move on to the consent agenda. We have none. We'll move on to 9. Boards, committees, and commission reports. Licenses, I assume nothing. Planning Commission, Mr. Eicher.
We have a few items here. First of all, the first two are the topics of the public hearings that we just went through. For those of you who've heard rumblings of these types of activities before, it's not new. This is an area that's been under different proposals for development over the past 5 or 6 years, and similar types of discussions have happened. but this is to discontinue a portion of the Lake Street public right-of-way to accommodate a development that's been approved. And this is both 2A and 2B. So I don't know if you have questions, we can address them after a motion. I'll make the motion to approve Resolution 2023-14 to vacate a portion of the right-of-way for Lake Street.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes.
And similarly, this is the same type of a situation. This is to vacate and discontinue and vacate an alley within the public right-of-way to accommodate a development, and it's a development well within the scope and size of the neighbors, and they've had their opportunities several times to talk about it, and there has been no objection that hasn't been overcome. So I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2023-15.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes.
And item 2C is for Clearview Home, which is just up the street here between Main and Milwaukee Street. And this is to approve a stormwater maintenance agreement for an addition that you have to go back in your memory banks to see. Like many of the residents are not in a huge hurry, but they have been methodically going through the motions and getting things approved. And I think they need to raise some funds. And we've got the stormwater management agreement or maintenance agreement in place. Is there any issues with, I wasn't obviously involved in it, Tom. Is there any concerns?
No issues. This is just a pretty straightforward stormwater maintenance agreement template.
And I guess one of the kind of hidden things in here, not purposely hidden, just the fact that it's not explicitly said, is that they were encouraged to come forward with an entire site plan for their properties, which goes from the homes just west of Fireman's Park all the way to the next homes and across the street, which is Oak, or is that Oak? Bleecker? And they've gone through a couple iterations, and they were trying to figure out a way to include some housing right on Milwaukee Street. And at this point, that's been suspended. They haven't relinquished their right to possibly look at that in the future, but they had some challenges with landscaping and other things that didn't make sense. So this is a much tapered down, less intense, and hopefully as beautiful as what they've done in the past. So just some background into that. So I'll make a motion to approve the stormwater maintenance agreement for DELC 07989999002.
Second.
I just had a brief comment of discussion. I wanted to expand on Tim's point about have the planning commission and staff had them look at the entire property. And for those of us that have been around in the city for a reasonable amount of time, over the years we've heard issues about runoff in that area going to the south. And so it's important here, as it is in other places, that we look at the totality of it and how it's going to affect the folks that are downstream. And we've made that a priority to look at those things when these type of opportunities come on. And I want to thank the applicant, because the downside to them is they have to spend more money to address a bigger project. And it was challenging for them to do that, but it was something that needed to be done. So we're really in a really good place, and I thank the applicant for, paying the extra engineering cost to get it done, correctly.
They're a fantastic neighbor in our neighborhood and have been for a long time. I have one quick question, and that is the construction. It's talking about the stormwater system, but then it says for the addition of a new meeting hall, a new outbuilding, and other improvements. Is that going to be where the house was torn down? I know that's not on the agenda. I'm just curious because I know I'm going to get asked.
As far as my recollection is, the meeting hall is in the immediate proximity of that house that was torn down.
Yeah, that was my question. Okay.
And I
Not part of this motion.
No, I realize
still
that.
Still being worked on.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you.
For what it's worth, I asked them about intensity of use questions again, and it was about alcohol and other things at a possible wedding venue, and that's not their thing. Weddings, yes. But no.
All right, is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, passes.
Okay, and then item 2D is on Kettle Court. Successful company is Pine Brush, and they went through the approval process for site plan and business plan of operation, and it was approved in September, and this is the stormwater maintenance agreement for them as well. And some landscaping challenges like always, but they overcame everything that the Public Works and the Plan Commission sent in front of them. So I will make a motion to approve the stormwater maintenance agreement for 3660 Kettle Court East.
Second.
Alrighty, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes.
All right, we're on a roll with seemingly non-contentious issues. Again, and kind of some more housekeeping. We've been talking about Divine Redeemer Lutheran Church daycare for quite some time. For maybe 8 years, they were going hand to mouth on working out of trailers with approval. This is just north of Highway 16 and 83. And they've, believe it or not, there's a demand for good childcare and preschools. So they're meeting that demand, and they've got a lot of challenges that they're funding, and this improvement helps take care of that. So these things were done for the certified survey map and the conditional use permit and et cetera in private previous meetings. But I'll make a motion to approve the revised certified survey map previously approved by Common Council to combine the 3 lots of record.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes.
And item 2E2 is for the water main and sanitary sewer easement, which again, this is to the benefit of the city and our fire department. Provides water to the north of Highway 16 there. It's not cheap to do this, but they're benefiting, but they're also helping the city. So I'll make a motion to approve the water main and sanitary sewer easement for Divine Redeemer Lutheran Church on item 2E2.
Second.
So again, I want to thank the Divine Redeemer and their contractor for figuring out a way to accommodate these costs to get that water underneath Highway 16. And I mentioned this, I want to bring it up specifically because historically we've had the same issue going under 94 to get to the property on C and 94. And in that type of situation for development, we're looking for just such an applicant who can have a product that's worth the value to afford to be able to take that water underneath that freeway, just like this applicant is doing over at 16.
Yeah, and I'll add, if you're familiar with Highway 83, when you go north across Highway 16 and it jags left, and then it makes a big S turn there up into Shaniqua. There's been traffic improvements over the years with added lanes, and things function fine, and I'd say they function well. And they went through and really worked with Public Works and that to accommodate the right and left turn lanes to make sure that continues. So if anyone thought of that in the back of their mind, that was brought up.
All right, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes.
And again, this is the stormwater maintenance agreement for the same property. So I'll make a motion to approve item 2E3.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes.
And the Plan Commission's next meeting is Wednesday after Thanksgiving. So check the packet. I'm assuming it's going to come out maybe Friday. If not, check Monday. And if you have any questions, reach out to your alder people.
And I just want to highlight, we'll be discussing again on the next Planning Commission meeting, the auxiliary buildings, their size and their structure for all areas within the city. It's a challenging topic. This, I believe, will be our 3rd meeting discussing it as we try to hone in on something that, it works and for all the areas of the city. So encourage people that are watching or alder people to take a look at that information because it affects a lot of places in the city. All right, C, Lake Welfare Committee. Mr. Price.
Yes, we met last Wednesday. You can see the minutes, but there's two things I'd like to kind of bring to your attention. One issue we've been discussing for several meetings is the intersection of Mission Avenue and Nagawicca Avenue, right on the lake and back in the channels. That's where much of the water drainage out of those two subdivisions come out. In the last 25 years, those subdivisions, there was a whole bunch of riprap there that was supposed to divert the water. It's built up so bad now, it goes like 8 feet out into the lake. I don't know, Tom, if you've noticed that, but if you come in from the lakeside, you can see how bad it is. And the water is not coming in there and diverting. So it's been a real mess. And the easiest way to access it, it's very difficult to access from the land, but it wouldn't be too bad to access from the lake. Now, the fact that we have our own barges, if we could somehow work that into spring schedule before the weed cutter is starting or something for some kind of a cleanout project, there's a lot of junk in there that has to be taken out for that drain to properly work. If you can take a look at that from the lake or from the land, or if you've been down there on your own.
Sounds like something that should be in the capital budget.
Where did you say we're talking about?
Or if you go down in the Nagawicca Avenue where it meets Mission Avenue, there's a large culvert drain that goes between those two houses into the channels there.
So I got you.
Yeah.
So that discharges exclusively from a subdivision in Neshota, and that subdivision is fully responsible for the maintenance of that outfall.
Even though it's on city property.
Correct.
Well, we're having an issue with the city of Neshota. They're saying it's totally ours.
Didn't we exchange emails on this about a year ago, I think?
Yeah, they're not cooperating, but we're thinking, that's kind of weird though. They're saying it's your property, it's your drain, even though it's our water. That's just a strange deal.
Yeah, I think it was with you, but I think about a year ago, I provided some past documentation that identified their maintenance responsibilities. They had to come to the city for approval to put that outfall in.
Yeah. Okay, I'll bring that back to the committee then.
Yeah, and you and I can revisit it before you go back to the committee and make sure we're on the same page.
Okay. Another thing we talked about was the dredging that we had hoped to start this week. But the DNR gave us some issues that we had to comply with at the very end, which pushed it out another 30 days. And now Michael's pipeline says we can't set up this whole thing and start it because it might freeze over. So the project has been delayed until next fall. But at least we're right on the docket for next fall and everything's approved, so there's nothing to wait for. The only good thing that came out of that is there'll be time for the local residents on both sides of there to then get their own permit so they can join in and take some more silt out, which they didn't have time to do in this last go-around. So that was unfortunate, but we think that Michael's is going to keep the cost about the same. But if it's not, if it goes up, we'll have to take that out of taking less out. But that's life.
Two things real quick, Paul. After I turned my microphone off, I remembered that my past conversation about that outfall was not with you, it was with Don Tills.
Yeah.
Yes. And Michaels has indicated that if the project is moved to next year, that they would need kind of a cost of living type inflationary increase on their prices. Yep.
Okay.
All right, is that it?
That's it.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, D, Park and Rec Commission, Tree Board, Mr. Schaefer.
No meeting, no report.
There we go. Okay, E, Public Works Committee, Mr. Grimmer.
No meeting, no report.
There's another. F, Delahart Commission.
Our next meeting is tomorrow night. Everyone's welcome.
Sounds good. G, Police Commission, Ms. Valdy.
No meeting since our last meeting.
Okay. All right, Library Board, Ms. Henry.
Yeah, we met last week, and I would refer you to the director's report on page 112 of the packet for some library updates, and then the annual cookie sale. They're collecting cookies for the fundraiser for the library. If you have non-store-bought cookies that you want to donate to the library, they need to be dropped off by December 2nd. And they will package them and wrap them up. They sell them by the pound. So you can either package them individually or just bring them in whatever you want to give and they'll do it. Also, the next night out, dinner night out is November 28th at Culver's in Wales, I believe. So I believe it's the one in Wales.
It's usually the one in
Yeah,
Wales,
I'm pretty sure it's that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's all I have.
Great, thank you very much. Wow.
Are you ready?
Zoning Board of Appeals, Miss Valdy.
We actually met November 13th. We had one agenda item, and it was a tough one. We had to deny a permit application, really following the guidelines, the law, and the homeowners were wonderfully gracious and are working with their builder to come up with an alternative plan for a deck. But it was an interesting experience and kind of a tough no, but using the guidelines, we had no other option. Sometimes the law is not logical.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. J, Promotion and Tourism Commission.
We interviewed, had an introduction to a marketing firm that is proposing work for us for 2024. We typically work with an outside marketing firm to do our ad design and ad placements and that sort of thing. So anyway, we interviewed a new agency as a potential candidate. Our old agency has chosen not to seek work with promotion and tourism for 2024. And a fun little fact, we distributed over 200 cookies and 200 hot chocolates at the tree lighting last Friday. So it was a successful tree lighting, thanks to the good weather and the Girl Scouts that helped us out. That's it.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. We'll move on to K, the Country Fire and Rescue Commission. Refer you to the agenda posted online and minutes. L, Lake Country Fire and Rescue Board.
No meeting, no report. Next meeting is November 30th, 5 p.m. at Station 42, City of Delafield Station.
Thank you very much. M, Deer Management Committee.
No meeting, no report. Next meeting is tomorrow night.
Oh, sounds good. Okay, no other committees. Move on to 10, unfinished business, discussion and possible action regarding the City of Delafield maintaining its own municipal court versus joining Lake Country Municipal Court. Tom, do you feel like you need to go over anything else, or?
Yeah, just a couple of things. So if you remember, we talked about this at our last meeting 2 weeks ago. The council chose to hold off until this meeting to see if maybe some of the members of the council could canvass neighborhoods and see if there might be a candidate out there that might be a good replacement for Judge Houseman for maintaining a municipal court. But besides that, there was the consideration that joining Lake Country Court would result in about a $30,000 cost savings. We've looked into it a little bit further and gotten some legal opinions. And what it looks like, if we want to go the direction of Lake Country Municipal Court, we do need to allow Judge Houseman's term to play out. And so our start date for Lake Country Municipal Court, if we want to go that direction, would be May 1st, which would be the first day of the new term. And we are also trying to work through the issue of whether our residents would get to vote for the judge for that first term. And we're getting everybody, including our attorneys, members of Lake Country Municipal Court, saying we should be able to, but we're counting on our city attorney to nail that down and confirm that. And we expect to get that confirmation hopefully tomorrow.
I'll make a motion to join Lake Country Municipal
Court.
I'll second.
Do we want to put a date on there?
As of May 1st, 2024.
Second that.
And just so you know, at last meeting, I talked about potentially drafting the ordinance and having it here tonight for us to do that. We didn't receive those ordinances from Lake Country Municipal Court until late last week, so we're still working through the legal review of those, so we will have those at a December meeting.
All right. Is there any discussion?
Since we don't have that in place and we don't have the final word on the voting, would it make sense to postpone this till next meeting, or does that cause a?
Now, next meeting would be too late to get a judge on the ballot for our municipal court. Correct, Molly?
The type A notice has to be posted next week, Tuesday, and I have to send it out tomorrow for it to get in the paper, and it needs to include or not include the judge accordingly per the Wisconsin Elections Commission. So, today's the day.
Okay.
All right.
So we taking the leap?
Taking the leap.
I mean, I'm comfortable. We bought 2 weeks to see if anyone wanted to step out of the woods and raise their hand and say, I'd love to be judge, and having a couple wild cards, not wild cards, just, can we vote for this new judge? Or I bet Tim Kay is going to win, but if he runs. But I'm assuming we'd have a right to vote for him, but given the possibility we even wouldn't, I'm good with it.
And 30,000 in savings is no small amount.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. Okay, we'll move on to number 12. Number 11, Mayor's Report. Discussion of possible action on the following items. A1, confirm appointment of Michelle Lutke to the citizen member position on the library board vacated by Ken Beckman, term to expire 4/2025.
I will move to appoint. I also move.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. Okay, number 12, new business. A, discussion and possible action regarding a request from a resident, Susie Thompson, to provide dog collars to be placed in a basket in the City Hall entry for people to take free of charge.
Make a suggestion before I make a motion. We go through a lot to approve different things that are functioning in our foyer here at City Hall. It's not a flea market or a place for any and every cause. So I'd like to see some sort of I love her cause though, but I'd love to see some sort of time limitation. So I'd suggest that I'll make a motion to approve the dog collars to be placed in the basket in City Hall entryway for people to take free of charge up until December 31st. And we'll see where it goes from there.
What year?
Of 2023. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have no problem with that because I think, it's important to be methodical. Yeah, I love the idea. Absolutely love it. So I think upon, a reflection of how it goes, we can then subsequently approve the continuation.
Of course, yeah. I'm just putting a limit on it, saying let's revisit it after the end of the year. It's 5 weeks or 6 weeks. I love the cost, but we have to figure out if they're right here. So you kind of trapped us. Excuse me. But yeah, no, I don't know why we wouldn't revisit it.
Do we still have the eyeglasses?
Okay, so we need a second to continue this
I
discussion.
second the motion.
Technically, it's Valdy has a second because she
Oh, she did?
spoke
Oh,
into.
okay. Sounds good.
Do we still have the eyeglass drop thing here?
Yeah,
Okay.
so those
And
are in
what
the,
other
those are
things
in
do-
the atrium. We have
Yeah.
the American
flag.
Legion flag drop,
Yeah.
and then we have the Delafield Lions eye drop. Now these are for charities, right? Those items are to, do patriotic things and to help others in need. If you go up into City Hall right now, in the atrium, or in the lobby, which I believe is what this motion is encouraging, it's kind of on purpose quite stark, I mean, we are posting official meeting information and state requirements, and the only things that you're going to find up there is the Park and Rec Guide, you're going to find the Promotion and Tourism Guide, you're going to find the quite outdated communicator now, and then you're going to find the Trail Guide. So I just have a concern in general that, we've only got a limited amount of counter space up there, and people are there to do business. And having other things, all they may be good causes, whether it's this applicant or another applicant, how many things do we allow up into the city council, and for what period, or the city hall area, and for what period of time? I mean, we don't have display racks. We don't have the type of things that, warrant, albeit a good cause.
I'd like to see our city hall be a little more warm and a little more welcoming. I've had people comment, they walk in and they feel sort of intimidated. So I agree that there should be some structure, and I think we should have a limit on things. I agree with you completely. So I think the idea that Tim suggested, that we revisit this, because you don't want a free-for-all, free balloons and a puppy or something, but I agree. I like it. I think it's a lovely gesture for people who are bothering. The one correction I wanted to make with Susie's presentation was she talked about buying the dog collar. She meant paying for the dog licenses, and it was more of a courtesy to. So I just think it's lovely, but maybe it's too out there or whatever. And so I think revisiting it is a really appropriate way to approach this.
Well, maybe in
There's
general.
a difference between some of the Lions Club or the Legion. It's a drop-off for something. We're not giving something out. I'm a little uncomfortable with City Hall giving something out. It sort of implies an endorsement, and what precedent does that set for everybody else who wants to come in? There's some great places to give away dog collars. Haas would love those kind of donations. The dog rescues around Lake Country would love those kind of donations. I think if I needed a dog collar, City Hall is probably the last place I'd look. It just seems like there's better ways. It's a good cause. I think there's better ways to do it.
Yeah, and I would agree it's a good cause. I would tend to agree with the mayor, and my own opinion is this is kind of a slippery slope of, I don't have any problem with, obviously, the American Legion or things that, in my opinion, obviously belong at City Hall, at your local government, your municipality office, but, and I like the cause too, but I just think it's a slippery slope, and if we say, not to say that if we say yes to this, we can't say no to somebody else, but the precedent becomes more difficult. So I think Alderman Schaefer raised a great point as well. City Hall probably isn't the best locale for this this operation, and I just think nothing against the applicant, but I just have to draw the line somewhere, and this is where I'm going to draw it. And if we would move ahead with something like this, I would suggest that maybe we consider kind of an automatic sunset to these operations, that, okay, the eyeglasses get 6 months, and then you're done, and then you have to reapply, and whoever comes next, it's a hard and fast limit.
And one thing that could simplify the process too is just to defer this to staff. I don't know that every situation like this needs to come to the city council. That we have a lot of important items on our agenda tonight other than to be discussing this.
Yeah.
So I would really like to see staff make this decision in the future versus having to come here and have us trying to make decisions on this.
I would concur with that as well.
I really like that.
Yeah, we might be creating a problem too of having a charity of the moment
Yeah.
without a designated spot or a way to queue up to get your spot. So, and just because I made the motion doesn't mean I have to vote for it.
I like that note, charity of the moment. Yeah.
So just to clarify, the council's looking for staff to use their discretion on which things are appropriate to distribute at City Hall and which are not?
No.
I
Not
actually,
this particular council person.
I actually think it should. I think that's a really smart. We have smart people working at City Hall. This is something that I think they can handle. They know what it's like there more than we do, and it shouldn't be something that has to come through the Common Council.
Yeah, but essentially it boils down to picking winners and losers.
Can you-
Yep, somebody has to.
I suggest that
And have a
particular,
consistent policy.
I would suggest that policy be put on a future agenda item as opposed to saying
And it
it
can
belongs
be-
here.
Yeah.
I
Can
mean-
be the charity of the moment, as Alderman Iker has said.
The one thing that about this is she's right that we're heading into the renewing the licenses. If that could somehow be tied into renew your license and she was wanting to do that, then at your discretion, if that was something that you wanted to do, like, hey, you've renewed your license in person, like, here, have one of these, whatever that is, that I mean, but that kind of thought. Just because I'm sure there are people that forget to do it or don't want to do it or whatever, and if that's like, hey, there's, like, you could put that in as a, hey, come by the city council and do that, there's, yeah, get a free collar or whatever, however you want to do it, but I don't like the idea of having just other things in, just for no specific purpose.
To piggyback on that idea, Danielle, it's not just a random free item.
Yeah,
It is
I agree.
connected to the dog, registration for the dog license. It's different. But again, I think it should be a staff discussion.
I agree.
And we're spending more time on this.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Can you restate the motion here, which
To approve the request.
is this?
The motion is
Approving
to
the-
approve the request from resident Susie Thompson to provide dog collars to be placed in a basket in the City Hall entryway for people to take free of charge until December 31st, 2023.
Thanks.
Okay, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions?
Hey.
Motion fails.
So just to confirm, Alderperson Valley was the only person that was voting for? Okay.
Just so you know, if you gave that discretion to staff, staff would have approved it.
Yeah, so who gets to take the doggy collars back
I'll
then?
do it tomorrow.
I will do it if that's okay.
Is that what you were focused on there, Miss Valdy?
All right.
All right, we'll move on. 12, new business. B, discussion and possible action regarding the reappointment of Joanne Arring as interim municipal judge for the city of Delafield.
As we talked about with Joanne's original appointment as interim judge, it's for 90 days at a time, which was up December 1st. So we, if you choose to do so, it's time to reappoint her as interim. And we would need to do so one more time before the end of April. And Joanne, Judge Eyring has been very good and very accommodating. I've remained in touch with her, and she's more than willing to help us out as long as we need her services.
I'll move to approve the reappointment of Joanne Eyring as interim municipal judge for the city of Delafield.
Second.
Ooh, that was close.
I thought it was Mark.
Dirk,
I think it's a three-way tie.
Alderperson looking? Okay, all right,
Okay.
Alderperson looking.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, passes. 12C, discussion and possible action to utilize $197 and $1,097, 196 of the city's $788,782 allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds for the purpose of replacing lost revenue due to the pandemic and using it in support of the 2024 budget to provide government services to the extent of the reduction in the revenue. More specifically, for police department wages and salaries, provide public safety services. Tom?
This is a housekeeping item required with the American Rescue Plan funds. This is our third installment that we're utilizing. So the 2025 budget would be the fourth and final installment of these funds to utilize in support of our budget.
I'll move to approve the $197,196 of our allocation for the 2024 budget.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. Okay, D, discussion and possible action regarding the proposed 2024 City of Delafield operating budgets, capital budget, tax levy, and Lake Country Fire and Rescue budgets. 1, discussion and possible action regarding the First Amendment of the Lake Country Fire and Rescue intermunicipal agreement and the 2024 Lake Country Fire and Rescue operating budget, including total municipal contributions of $4,146,586, and the Lake Country Fire and Rescue operating fund balance contribution of $53,414. City of Delafield share of the total municipal contributions to be $1,711,350.
This amendment's in the same form that as the last amendment that this council passed. The only thing that has changed is the city's contribution is increased from the 1.59 million that we were at previously up to the 1.71 approximately million that we're at now, with the additional ESEs that were added, and all of the other municipalities' contributions have been increased proportionately as per the current intermunicipal agreement.
I'll move to approve.
I will second.
Who had the first?
Grimmer?
Okay, thank you. And I'm getting Valdi on the second.
Yep.
So I have a question. There's been, so understanding the purpose of our referendum, and the intent was with absolute certainty to retain the 7 firefighters that were hired going into this year. So that's the first part. I'm assuming that this budget agreement accommodates that?
This budget funding level accommodates the retention of those 7 employees, plus hiring 3 additional in 2024.
And that is something that's part of the hard-baked plan with all the municipalities, that is the intent, is that we're gonna hire 3 new firefighters and paramedics next year?
So verbally, that's what everybody has indicated.
I understand.
Based on your point, that's not specifically stated in this agreement.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that that's everyone's general understanding. I understand that if you don't get the right candidates, if they're not the right time, there's certain things that can happen. I just want to make sure that that was understood by everybody, because that, as far as I'm concerned, is a win for the referendum and the people, what they voted for in spring. And I think that's, despite what may have been going on in the press, it was an arduous process, but I appreciate where we all are. And
I think that part of the reason why they can go up with an extra 3 is we're willing to put some of the extra money left over from not hiring as fast as they could have.
Not a lot, but some.
It was some. So
That's that $53,414 in the
right
in the agenda item.
Right.
But seems reluctant to say so, but I am thankful that we went through this process. It was eye-opening for everybody. We really pulled out from all the nooks and crannies, all the good and the bad and the ugly, as far as how this agreement was put together and what the consequences of raising it so quickly were. And we have some work to do moving forward, I think. But I'm glad we arrived at where we are. So.
And I think that the council, assuming you vote for this, I think it remains consistent with the message that we've delivered really since the very beginning on this, that we were going to give all this money if the citizens passed it to the fire department, and that's exactly what we're doing, based on what they approved.
I'm sorry, I just want to be clear. Has this been approved by the other municipalities already?
I believe it's been approved by 4 municipalities prior to tonight, and I believe we are one of 3 municipalities approving it tonight.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that right?
All right, is there any other discussion?
Nope.
Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. Motion carries. Okay. D2, discussion and possible action regarding the Lake Country Fire and Rescue 2024 capital budget, including total municipal contributions of $883,000, City of Delafield share of the total municipal contribution to be $362,030. Motion to clarify inclusion of an ambulance chassis and any Lake Country Fire and Rescue Capital Fund balance usage included in the City of Delafield's approval of Lake Country Fire and Rescue 2024 capital budget. Tom?
Yeah, I'd ask everybody in the council to go to page 135 of the packet. And the amount of the capital budget is the same right now as what was in your budget books. It's for a total municipal contribution of $883,000 and a City of Delafield share of that of $362,030. But there's a difference in how it's being proposed to be utilized. And on this page, the first set of numbers is what's in your budget book as to what was being proposed as recently, I think it was just a week or two ago. Then there was a change with regards to the ambulance chassis manufacturer and providing an opportunity to acquire the ambulance chassis for the ambulance that's going to be in the 2025 budget at a significant cost savings of what it would cost next year. And so what Lake Country Fire and Rescue and the chief is asking you to approve is the same funding level, but for it to be used as shown in the second set of numbers in this page. So if somebody wanted to make a motion approving the city's contribution of $362,030 to be used for the capital budget that includes the ambulance chassis and the use of $56,506 of LCFR capital fund balance, I think that would be a appropriate motion to consider.
What is that number, 56,000?
506.
I'll move to approve the Lake Country Fire and Rescue 2024 capital budget, including total contributions of $883,000, Delafield's share including $362,030, inclusion of an ambulance chassis, and utilization of the capital fund balance in the amount of $56,506.
Second. If you could just clarify the Lake Country Fire and Rescue capital fund balance?
Yes, thank you. Lake Country Fire and Rescue fund balance.
Second.
So I have a question. So this is in the, why do we care if it's the same number to us? And so my question is our contribution to the capital budget for LCFR tracked as our asset and depreciated over time? Should the LCFR ever dissolve or fracture or something like that? Is that an asset that's actually on our books?
It is not on our books, but there is a methodology in the intermunicipal agreement, how assets are divvied out should LCFR ever terminate existing.
So does that fold into really why this is an issue to us, along with just confirming that we're aware of where the money's going so that we understand that the capital needs are being addressed?
So in my opinion, if Lake Country Fire and Rescue comes to us and says, we need X number of dollars to buy a fire engine, and we approve it, they shouldn't be able to take that money and go and buy an ambulance, and then come to us next year again and say, we need to buy a fire engine, and have us say, hey, we just paid for a fire engine last year, and they said, no, we used it for an ambulance.
Okay. It's
sense.
traceability and accountability more than tracking it. Then, okay, I got
And we're
you.
approving the use of fund balance as well.
Understood.
I talked to the fire chief today, and he explained how when he talked to the ambulance supplier, they had originally planned to do a purchase in 2025, but they found that the cost was really nebulous right now and didn't have any idea, whereas they could really lock in the price if they bought a 2024 instead. And so it seemed like an opportunity that he needed to bring back to each of the municipalities, and it's something that he didn't have a couple weeks ago, even when we were doing the budget workshop.
If these cost savings numbers are correct, I think it makes good sense.
All right, is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. Okay, we'll move on to E, approval of voucher payable report for reported.
Hold on.
Did I miss one? Oh!
Case dismissed. Good try, though. That was good.
Good try.
On that note.
Thanks for the effort.
Oh, yeah. 12D3, discussion and possible action regarding the proposed 2024 City of Delafield operating budgets, capital budgets, and tax levy. The fun begins. Okay, does anybody have a preference whether we start with operating or capital? Usually we do operating, but
I was going to suggest that's usually the less troublesome one.
all right, so let's focus our efforts on operating if anybody has suggestions or changes. If there's no suggestions or changes or corrections or comments, then you're looking for a motion to approve.
I've got a few to go through if
Okay.
nobody else does.
I got a question too.
Paul, why don't you go first?
On page 68, the election supply expenses, we're still listing Christ the King rental, and we're gonna go into this building now, correct? Is that necessary? Or is that still part of the expense for one more election, or is that just a misprint?
So this was put together, I believe, before that was approved, so it is not a necessary expense. You could remove that from the budget.
So the 7,190 is a credit then?
7,000?
The 7,190 expense is
Oh, what page you on?
68, second from the bottom. Just trying to figure out how much we're saving by having the elections here.
Christ the King is approximately $300 per election, so it's only
that's all it is?
$1,200,
Oh, okay.
which I probably will end up frankly spending in postage, to be honest, with the increase that's due.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, you know, let's say we do cut out $300 or $500 here and there in the budget. It is the staff's recommendation, so that we can wean ourselves off of needing to have a referendum to exceed the levy limit, to levy the full amount that we are allowed to, and as we do that, increase the contribution to fund balance.
That's a good point. However, I wouldn't, it wasn't intentional, but I wouldn't put that in a spot that, other than just directly to the fund balance, knowing that it's only $1,200 and that the likelihood that other expenses are gonna crop up based on this change is real, you know, so in other words, so my point is, knowing that we'd wanna levy the full amount, I don't wanna bury $1,200 into something we're not actually gonna do, but I trust that Molly's got a good read on the fact that that $1,200 is gonna be underneath that same expense item anyways, based on postage, and who knows what the election's gonna bring us next year. So I'd just deem it contingency line item on that, instead of maybe just make that notice, instead of Christ the King rental. Just edit that line to show that it's a $300 contingency, or times 4. Something like that, I think, would be an appropriate notation, so that if it's not spent, we know it's not necessary again next year under that same heading. Make sense?
Yeah, I'm not seeing specifics, I mean, other than her telling us that there's no specifics on here, so if that's 0 or whatever that is. I just mean, like, would we remove it when it's not relevant anymore?
Yeah, what are you saying, miscellaneous isn't a good?
Well, no, I mean, I don't think that, I mean, she's saying, it's not itemized to that specific, right? And she's saying that the budget really isn't different.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, we're nitpicking is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear you, yeah. So that should just be taken off, because if postage is gonna be higher, we should just eliminate Christ the King rental as a line item underneath that heading.
I agree.
Agreed, okay.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to eliminate Christ the King rental underneath the election supplies expenses as a line item.
Second.
Thanks, Paul.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, passes. Where in here, Tom, can we look at the judges' costs? I think it's on, it's page 67,
Page 69.
69. Municipal court.
There you go.
Is he
So your
S?
proposed 2024 budget for municipal court's about 60 grand. Do we just want to cut that down to 30? But you said we're going to have it for the first 3 months, so
Be 5/12, yeah.
First 4 months.
first 4 months, so maybe just cut it by 20? To go to the general fund?
With that, okay.
Can we invite Landon up? There's still costs associated with Lake Country Municipal Court, they're just less.
Right.
I think our ticket revenue would need to be adjusted downward if we're gonna take out the expenses, is that right? It's $33 of each ticket is gonna go to Lake Country Court now.
Correct. There would be a reduction in that revenue. However, in looking at the biggest line item in our municipal court is legal prosecution, which in and of itself is proposed at 60,000. And so we would need to at least have that covered. I don't see that cost going down anytime soon. And that will maintain whether we stay with Lake Country or move back to our court.
That is a separate line item than the.
Oh, that's not the total, okay.
Than the court salaries
Oh.
that the mayor's talking about now.
Okay.
Since we're not really sure what that's gonna be yet, would it be prudent just to leave it there for now with the difference going to the fund balance? And then next year we'll have a basis of what it would be going forward?
I mean, rather than trying to get into the nitty-gritty specifics, if the council wanted to do something, I think it would be fair to, since we're expecting a $30,000 annual reduction, to assume that we'll see 2/3 of that amount next year, and you could reduce the expenses by that amount. But again, my recommendation, if the council is interested in going that direction, would be any expense reduction be added to the contribution to fund balance, basically offsetting it.
I'd also like to add in any salary for the court clerk would likely have to continue past the May deadline for a transition period because we're still going to have cases and systems that need to transition, and we really don't know what that's going to look like right now, and I would anticipate that being at least a few months of a transition period. So salary for the court clerk would definitely need to remain for beyond that, most likely half the year.
And the majority of that line item is the clerk's salary. I know for a fact that the judge's salary is $7,500 a year.
I think Danielle's idea is, we don't really know, so we should leave everything as is, and then next year we'll have a much better idea of what our expenses are, and everything else makes very little sense.
On the plus side of that, from an accounting standpoint, we're gonna see point blank what that savings is realized. It's gonna be lower than expected, so it'll be line items right there for us moving forward.
Agree with both those comments.
Okay.
Would you like me to go through the couple of items I have?
Yes, please.
All right. There's a memo in your packet that I forgot to include the city's payment of our fire fees for our buildings. And so my recommendation would be that the council add $5,850 to the general fund for fire fee expenses and reduce our contribution to fund balance by that amount. And also add $1,350 in fire fee expenses to the 3 municipal utilities. And there's no offset of that because there's already adequate revenue to cover those extra costs.
I will move to make those proposed changes.
And I will second.
You got that?
That was all 3 of the changes in the memo, correct?
Yes.
Then yes, I've got it.
Okay.
Who had the second, Val? Okay, yep.
All right, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes.
Next, we've got a real big one. Amy came to me with this today and made sure I included it.
Big savings?
So one of the additions to our levy limit is any taxes that we're forced to refund back to taxpayers.
Oh, yeah.
And the number included in our book is an estimate. and the actual came in, and it is $6 higher than what's in the book. And so looking for a motion to increase our levy limit by $6 and increase our fund balance contribution by $6.
So
I would
moved.
so moved.
I'll just give you the $6. We'll leave it the way it is.
I'll second. Oh, Paulson.
You got that?
I didn't, only, hold on here.
I think I heard 3 motions myself, but. Or I should say a motion and 2 seconds.
I don't know what happened here, but like my stuff is all messed up. So we were gonna increase the levy limit by. I apologize. This is just. So it's increasing the levy limit and the fund balance contribution by $6?
The levy limit, the levy, and the fund balance contribution. Yes.
Wait, hold on.
So the levy limit is different than the levy.
The levy limit and, okay, so.
The levy limit is how much levy we can charge, the levy is how much we are charging.
And then who had the first and second on that?
I think I had the first.
I apologize.
I'll take the second.
Okay. I'm normally much better with this. I
And we're all good.
apologize.
We are all good.
No, you're great.
We are all good.
Okay, I'm good now. Thank you.
All right, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions passes.
I've just got one more. Earlier, you approved increase in the contribution to LCFR up to 1.71 million. We also need to increase the revenue we collect for the fire fees from $1,591,875 to $1,711,350.
So moved.
I'll second.
What are we increasing again here?
The fire and EMS fees that the city will be collecting.
And we're doing that for 2 reasons. One, because we changed when we start counting at the time of building permit request as opposed to occupancy. And the second bucket is a number of ESEs that were previously unidentified, that we identified, and will be getting the appropriate fee just like everybody else in the city.
I apologize. I missed the first and second on that.
I had the second.
I gotta get my act together.
All right, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes.
Amy, is there anything else I'm missing? All right.
So question based, I know we just moved, it's just a couple $1,000s around, but where do we end up, I know it's in here, but where do we end up with, as far as our general fund balance, our reserve fund at the end of this year pending this approved budget?
At the end of 2024,
2024, yeah.
that requires a projection of how 23 is going to end.
But so,
Which I don't know if we're ready to make on the spot.
it's going up.
It's going up for
Okay.
sure.
But we're going from, just off the top of my head, I was under the impression we're at around 21%. Is that about right? Is where we've been going into this year?
Amy, do you remember that number of where we were at the end of 2022?
I just want to help people understand the fact that if you're actually listening through this, just a ballpark as far as why we're moving money. We're taxing for money we're not spending next year. And, you know, where that puts us from a financial situation moving into the years forward. And just an explanation, because we haven't had the ability to do that in I don't know, 8 years?
Since 2016.
Okay, 8 years, that was a good guess.
My thing is dead. Oh, there we go.
22.75?
So we finished at 22.75 in 2022? Okay, and so this will give us a couple points above that, maybe 2-3 points above it. We can review, when we get at the end of the year, I'd be looking forward to hearing that report, maybe January meeting, just to understand how this budget, how 2023 panned out and what the budget, looks like for next year.
It's usually like March before we've got a very preliminary indication
Forward to March.
where 2023
No, but, just to understand, but I mean, the expectation is we're gonna have a couple percent better than that, and just in years past, I mean, going back to, 2009-ish, 2010, I mean, that number was as high as 30% at some point.
Which was too high.
And,
We're over 35%.
yeah, and so, we're at a position where we're taking a breath again, and I think it's a healthy position to be in moving forward. This is kind of a point I'm trying to make.
Yes, absolutely.
We're not siphoning money away. We're talking about, we raised it an extra $6. We're gonna use that $6 wisely, but the other money too. I'm just making that point, so.
Back in that time period, we had too much, and then it got spent down as we did more spending for 2 police officers and so forth, and we went negative and had to,
Yep.
lower the limit, and then we've held fast. We got a 5-year referendum passed, and ever since then, we've been building it back up.
Understood. Yep, if I was just casually listening to this and toned in at the wrong time, I'd just think, well, why aren't you spending it? So, ultimately, we will, but.
Okay, Tom's done with his. Does anybody else have any suggestions for the operating budget?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2024 City of Delafield operating budget
Second.
as amended.
What's that? Would you like to include the final dollar amount in your motion? Is the
Sure.
question?
Yes.
Just to clarify, that's the levy.
Yes.
Yep.
I'll just modify my amendment to include the amount of $6,589,265. I'm not right, am I? You're looking at me, Amy. $6,569,265.
Yes.
I'll second it.
You were stepped away for just a minute there. Do you need help with the motion?
And Miley, do you want a roll call vote on this?
I don't think we have in the past, but we can
No.
do that. So, I just have to approve the 2024, motion by Grimmer to approve the 2024 levy of $6,569,265.
It's the amended levy, right?
The
The
amendment.
amended,
Now it's on.
the amended budget.
Thank you.
So are we approving the amended budget or the amended levy?
We're approving the 2024 amended
Operating budget.
operating budget in the aforementioned amount,
And tax levy in that amount.
and tax levy in that amount. It seems more difficult than it had to be.
Well, when we're spending that much money, we want to get it right.
There you go. You're here.
All set? Okay. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. All right, now we're on to the capital budget.
I'm going to jump right in and talk about Liberty Park. Riverwalk, Liberty Park lighting in the amount of $69,795. I'll make a motion to remove that from the 2024 capital budget.
I'll second that.
And I just want to say a couple things on this item. I think the comments made by Mary Daniel are relevant, and I support those comments. I think the money could be spent better elsewhere. I think the need isn't that great, and while I do like the idea of lighting that area, I would probably prefer that if we are going to be spending that amount, that it go towards the actual stage. That's hopefully to be built someday instead of the lighting, and maybe that grand plan can come together, stage and down lighting and all that stuff. Plus, it's a lot of money for 7 lights.
I'd like to echo that and support it, especially for something that's temporarily needed. One could put up lights for, garden lights or outdoor lights that, are on a timer that work only during the event and then remove them. But I worry about light pollution, and it's just the impact on the trees in the installation of those large poles.
And that's not to say that I wouldn't eventually want lighting in that area, just maybe not this lighting and maybe not at this time. And maybe putting the cart before the horse.
Speaking of that, how about if I give you the background on what the Park and Rec Commission?
But you're gonna have to talk right into that mic, Mark. Right into it. Hold it with your hand to make sure it's in the right spot. Please, hold it with your hand.
Let me give you a little background on what you're looking at before we decide. So this is not only related to the stage, but it's related to the current use of probably the most heavily used path in the city. This is from Genesee Street to the footbridge. So that path not only, hopefully is going to be very important for ingress, egress, emergency use, you name it, with the stage, but it's currently a high-use path. It connects the municipal parking lot, Genesee Street. The lights here would be an extension of lights that are already installed along that path east of Genesee Street, St. John's Plaza. These are the lights, if you look on the second page of your, third page of your piece there. Those are the lights, they're down lights, they look like gas lights. They're much smaller posts than what you see on a city street light, much less light. They spread the light further on the path, so it only requires 1/4 as many installations as the low, what we call bollard lights, those like 3-4 foot tall lights. In this same area, you'd require 28 of those in order to provide adequate lighting. And there's standards for that. This was designed by SEH. So obviously there's light level and safety standards. And safety is really the goal here. Again, it's an extension of what's already along that path east to Genesee Street. And yeah, of course, we're thinking of the entertainment in Liberty Park. I don't want to say stage because we don't have a stage there, and we have a city entertainment series, that takes place there. So there's already the need. If we never build a stage, we rent a temporary stage and put it there. So that need is currently there. As far as when that occurs, next season's music series is doors open at 5:30, show at 6:30. So it does go to after dark. It did this past year. So looking at really the safety aspect here for the current use of the path. And I think the question isn't, gee, we don't need lighting here. I think the question is, gee, why does lighting cost so much? This is what it costs. It's an installation, there's electrical run, regardless of whether we do it now or later. And these aren't the Menards little solar lights that you replace every 6 months. This is something that stand up to, municipal use, Wisconsin weather, and not provide a maintenance nightmare for DPW.
Thanks, Mark. I think you're doing due diligence to the cause and the spirit and why it was put in here. I mean, I get it. I'd like to try to compare this a couple of different things. One is we have gone through a deferment of something that is an absolute need, and that's the fish hatchery building a roof, where we've looked at ways to kind of push this off a little bit. I'd like to see, topics come up a couple times. It could be better spent someplace else. We need to spend some money on that roof. It's a big number. This takes a bite out of that. I'd rather see it go into that use. In the short term, the long term, yeah, let's see what lighting's required there. I don't think we're neglecting safety as an issue. Right now, it's kind of a daytime path or an adventurous path at night. If you are walking at night, you can elect to use the footbridge and go across the street, very well lit by the fish hatchery, all the way along in front of the coffee shops and that, all the way to Genesee. You're outdoors for the exercise. You're going to be taking another 100 yards of a walk, but I don't think you need to be escorted by $70,000 worth of lights right now. I think for the special events, it's a volunteer opportunity for someone to maybe be a usher and help people through that area if they're stuck there late. But I'd like to see it go. It's not as glamorous. A roof is supposed to be there, and you take it for granted, but we need it. And it's on the. We can try to move it another year. It's coming up, so I think we've got a well-lit alternative path on the south side of the river that works fine at night, and during the day, go nuts on the north side. But so, like I said, I don't think we're neglecting safety. I think we're just helping people who want to see to go to the spot that already has the lights. So.
And they're beautiful lights, and I think the Park and Rec did a great job in identifying where they should go, and if they're downlighting, less bright, less obtrusive, I totally agree with all that, and I will hopefully be able to vote for this in the out years when there's a comprehensive plan in place for the stage and the lighting. I guess that's where my head is at, and to reiterate what Alderman Iger said, it is a high-use path during the day, but as everybody knows, past 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night, there's nobody in the city of Delafield. There really isn't. You drive. I come from Pewaukee, and right by Pewaukee Lake, and it's hopping, and it's busy, and it's crowded, and you come driving Delafield, and everything's kind of shut down at 9:30, which is great. That's what we love.
Is it because it's too dark?
It's dark and spooky.
It's too dark. That's right. But my thought is just not yet, not now. Especially with, I consider this a luxury, especially in consideration of the roof, the steps, which are astronomically expensive. So it's.
I think that needs to be part with the actual electricity for the stage, because that, or even for whatever the events are going to be there. I think there does need to be electricity in that area to be able to accommodate whatever events are taking place there. And I feel like running this type of electrical lighting and that should all be incorporated in one project.
My concern with this is just the amount of money that we're looking at spending for relatively few events over the course of the summer. And if we had a bigger schedule, maybe this would be more justified, but it's relatively limited right now, and it's still a lot of money.
The lights will always be on, though, wouldn't they? Not just for the events. So the path would be illuminated. So I don't see it as directly connected to the summer stage. So, and I do like them. But yeah, I think we're kind of looking at it, well, you know, you have like 10 events or whatever, and so it's only going to be used 10 times. I think every time it's dark, those things will be illuminated, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
It's really, if you totally ignore the stage and think of it that way, it makes that area, that trail usable at night where it really isn't now.
My concern was just the engineering of the electricity and how you're running that. I think that should all be done at one time versus taking those in two separate steps. That was.
I think there might be some efficiency to be gained when you're doing a bigger project and bundling it all together.
All right. Are there any other comments? Hearing none? Can you read back the motion, please?
Thing. Motion to remove the $69,795 for the Riverwalk Liberty Park lighting from the capital improvement budget.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions? Motion carries. The item's removed from the capital budget. So Mr. Eicher brought up one of the ones I wanted to talk about, and that's the roof. And continued investigation. This has been one of the things that I've looked at for the last several years, and we continually push this out. And my most recent update on the roof says that it's in fine shape. And there's no leaks, there's no identifiable issues inside the building. We did spend money, if you recall, a couple of years ago to redo some of the areas that might fail in the future, just as a Band-Aid type measure, and everything seems to be holding. So if we leave it in for 2025, that's not for this year, it's currently in the budget for 2025, then we have to start planning for it this coming year. So my suggestion is that we push that out to 2027 and continue to monitor it as we have. And you have to monitor closely, right? There's concern for hidden damage. So you have to take a look at it carefully to make sure that you're not having hidden damage. In the last thorough investigation we did, we could identify no hidden damage. So, and then we did some repairs to avoid that. So, in my opinion, that makes sense to move out to 2027.
I'll make a motion to move out roof replacement to 2027. In the
Second.
amount of
280.
both light items. Yeah, 25K and 280K.
Amounts will be different.
Yeah,
Second.
in 2 years, it'll be 340,000. Well, it's a nice idea to do it earlier rather than later.
And if we have issues with the roof, we can,
Hold on. I'm
We're
gonna,
back
We have a
next year.
motion.
I'm gonna give Price the second on that, because I
Okay.
believe he began speaking next.
Oh. Okay.
Thank you. Just to confirm where we're at.
The only thought I had on that is, looking at a long-term capital project with probably a 30 to 40-year life on it, waiting 2 more years, you're probably looking at 8 to 10% increase a year on something that that's gonna last for that long. So maybe doing it earlier would be a savings to the city of probably the $20,000 to $25,000 range. Roofing has just gone through the roof.
So one could counter argue that maybe if prices are very high for roofing, waiting, it's not, it's not going to, get any worse. It's likely to get better if we're in a peak in roofing costs.
Who knows?
you know.
And inflation, that affects everything we spend, right? So any item in here could get that discussion point, in my opinion.
So I'm not aware I wasn't tuned in with the study, the study and the work that was done. I really wasn't hands-on, but I appreciate the need. You've got a 30-year roof and it's 30 years from when it was installed-ish. It's probably time to replace it, but if it's fine, it's fine. I get that. So moving it out, we can move it out to 2035 or 2026. The real practical thing is, though, we're going to have to be talking about this next year, regardless of which date's out there. So to me, it doesn't matter if it's in 2026 or 2027. If it's next year, you're right. We do have to put money in to dive into it and say get through the bidding process. So, I mean, we're looking at saying if it's 2027, we might be pulling this in next year to say it's 2026. So, like I said, the intent is to get another year. It's to get another year, and that's it doesn't make any sense. I'm just saying.
No,
we're kicking the can down the road again, and it's with the expectation that based on the study and the limited work that was done is going to hold for 2-3 years. If we say that the go date is 2027, the amount's sort of arbitrary, so move it out there. But we need to talk about this again next year and see what we want to do to take the first step in 2026, 2025.
Is there any reason to, other than just, is there any reason to move it other than to just not have it on the initial proposal next year?
Well, it's not very sincere to have a $300,000 roof in the budget for 2025 if we're not going to do anything next year to prepare for it, or would we have to bid it next year? What expenses would?
Yeah, my logic is that the roof is in fine condition, and that doesn't appear to be, based on the information that we have today, to be where we would likely need the roof. So I'm just trying to be more realistic and move it to a place where maybe a more thorough investigation needs to be done. But we just put some repairs into that roof to make it last longer.
Oh, right, but is there anything that needs to be done prior to, any work that is done prior to coming to the budget, to approving the budget for 2025 that you would need if it was on that?
Primarily just get an updated cost estimate. I think these costs in this budget right now are 2 years old at this point already.
Okay, so yeah.
So leaving it's just as good then.
Well, leaving it in 2025, you would be doing prep work, getting cost estimates before coming for a discussion?
Correct.
Okay.
What I'm saying is if you push
So
it
if
out,
we
you
push
can
it out,
avoid that
then you're
effort.
avoiding it. That's what I'm asking. Is there a reason, is there any benefit to moving it out?
Oh, you don't have to.
Yeah, then we don't have to prep work.
finance it either. It's
Well,
minimal.
we would be
but-
discussing it next year before we would be financing it. That's why is there any difference? We would have to approve it next year anyway. Is there any reason to wait to discuss it? But he answered my question, yes, because you would be doing prep work for it. So that answered my question.
Just to clarify, almost all that effort would be on the contractor. It's a matter of us calling a contractor and asking them to come and take a look and put together a proposal for us is the extent of our effort.
Right, but there's no reason to do that if it's not necessary next year. So that answered my question. Thank you.
And I will say, I'm not disagreeing with Tom, but yeah, you call a contractor, you tell them I want a quote for the roof. It doesn't mean that they want to sell you a roof, right? They're not going to tell you about, your roof, they may, but they may not, So some effort has to be put in by staff or somebody to do an investigation to confirm the roof needs to be done. Or that should happen.
I'm indifferent about it. I just was like, is there a reason to move it? If there's no reason to move it and all we're going to do is get an update from you next year, then I don't see why to move it. But if there's work that goes into having to have it on the budget next year, then I think it's appropriate to move it.
I think we should move it out to 27.
Make a motion.
I move that we move the roof replacement for the fish hatchery building.
Didn't we already
It's
have a
already,
motion?
there's
did,
already
we
a
did.
motion on
We
the
already
Oh,
had a
I'm sorry,
motion.
my apologies.
I thought we
Have
were
a-
discussing.
There you go.
Motion to.
But I think this
move
is the same thought process that we use in our own roofs at home.
Yeah.
We look at it, we say, it looks like it'll last a couple years. Let's not buy a new roof this year, or next year for that matter. We can push it out to 27 and go from there.
And if it looks bad next year, we can move it up. Yeah. We can talk about it again next year.
All right, is there any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions? Passes.
So I have a question, and I'm not anti-pickleball, but we've got $5,000 in here for pickleball on a pretty well-used basketball court. Do you know, was this work done by Park and Rec to investigate this cost, or where'd this cost come from?
Yeah, and there's a lot of contingency in there. Good movable, and we're looking at two nets. We could do 2 courts. Easily, you could do more than 2, but 2 movable nets that are industrial strength, right? The kind that are going to hold up out there. They're probably about $1,200 to $1,500, assuming some. If we want to do an anchor point or a cable or something that they don't walk away, plus the painting, we're still probably not at $5,000, but rather than ending up $5 short and having to put it off another year, we built a little extra in there.
Was there? I'm under the impression that the basketball court's used frequently. Am I wrong? Is it kind of desolate, or did someone actually do kind of a time study to say, are we going to rain on one person's party because we're putting something else in? You know what I mean? And
we didn't do a formal study. We do have, everybody in Park and Rec is assigned parks to monitor.
Okay.
And from my part, no, I don't see a lot of use there. Certainly, you can only use it for one thing at a time, so people would have to share.
Did somebody know, is the condition of the court, of the basketball court? I know we just resurfaced it recently.
Yeah.
So, I'm assuming it's in pretty good shape.
Great.
Is there someone who plays pickleball frequently? I know that you can play it on all sorts of surfaces, but they've got to be level, and they got to be well marked. And this is all taking all that into consideration. Also, the nets, I'm worried about having a 6th man setting picks on the outside when you're playing basketball and running into a net post into the shins, or where are the net posts going, so that they don't interfere with a pickup basketball game.
Two pickleball courts. So the pickleball court is 20 by 40. The basketball court's 40 by 80. So the 2 courts would take up half the basketball court.
But I'm saying, where do net posts go to not have a basketball player?
They're movable. They're portable nets. So you just.
Oh, the nets are on their own stands. Oh.
Yes, yeah.
I was going to ask if they were out of bounds on the basketball court.
They're not.
So they're not posts where you tether a net to it. They're actual nets that you can swing on and off.
Permanent ones look just like a tennis court.
Yeah.
So my question, I think, will help.
You see everywhere. It's a very common way of using pickleball on a tennis court or a basketball court.
So I think what might help answer Tim's question is, so Public Works will be setting up for pickleball, and they'll be tearing down back to basketball. Is that correct?
Public Works won't do anything.
They won't.
You want to go play pickleball with a couple of friends, you go there, you slide the net onto the court.
So the net's kind of like a bike rack. You just pick it up, 2 people pick it up and put it in place.
Yeah,
And then when you're done, you put it back by the shed or whatever.
exactly.
Or the storage device where the net and pole is kept.
Yeah, swing it off the side of the edge of the court where the fence is.
So 2 people show up early Saturday morning, decide they want to play pickleball. They set up the net themselves. They start playing pickleball, and just assume they leave when they're done playing pickleball. Later in the afternoon, some people come to take basketball, want to play basketball. They're just going to pull out the net, set them in the holder or whatever, and then be able to play basketball. Is that how it would work?
Yeah, it's self-standing. So you pick up the
Gotcha.
whole thing at once and move it. It's, yeah, it's very portable. It's very common to see that in multi-use facilities.
So then we have the nets too, if we decide we're just gonna put down another pad of asphalt someplace and paint it specifically for pickleball. This is kind of a test case saying, hey, we need another, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you could use these somewhere else.
All right.
It's
Parking
a-
lot, like a church parking, I mean, I'm assuming you could use it anywhere.
No, you
All right, no,
can't
that's
take
cool.
them to St. John.
Get 8 of them and use it at the block
Watching
party.
you.
Okay.
So it's it's a good way to, low-cost way of getting some pickleball in the city, and let's see how it's used. If it's, if it's got a lot of competition in those courts, then we know that maybe we need to build something.
Yeah,
If not-
figure out the rules as you go. But, I mean, you could also have pickleball and a half-court basketball going. I mean, all right.
What's the cost on the nets specifically? Do they have that? I'm just curious as far as like if damaged or if they're stolen or if they go missing and all of a sudden we're replacing nets.
These, you can get nets, you can get portable nets for $100. You can get the good ones for, I was seeing $1,200 to $1,500 for the kind of thing that's used in a municipal setting.
Has this been decided how much of the 5,000 is up for the nets?
That's the approximate cost of the nets.
Just
This is
the-
for 2 nets. Now,
Oh, so
Each-
that's
each one-
just the nets. I
that's
thought this
nets.
was.
There's pavement marking in there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought this was.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking how much of that is for the nets.
$1,200 to $1,500 per net.
Okay.
Oh, cool. I thought they were gonna be posts and that someone was gonna get killed, so.
Yeah, no.
Someone's just gonna get killed if you're trying to convince 8 people to leave basketball because you've got bigger people that wanna play pickleball.
Basically a frame,
Right.
movable posts, and it's all, picture one big
Yeah,
frame
okay.
with the net across.
What's the plan for security of the equipment? So they
I'm
don't
gonna
just
talk to-
wander
I
away?
have not talked to DPW about that, whether we should cable anchor these to the asphalt somewhere, or whether that creates more problems than it solves. It's a pretty big thing. It's not something you're gonna steal. Now, that doesn't say it's not something that, somebody's gonna go put on the roof of the high school or something, but it's not the kind of thing that, it's not the kind of thing you're gonna steal and take home very easily without a big truck. So, yes, that's a detail
Yeah,
that,
once upon a time, we had
Haven't
a
worked out.
concern about hockey nests with that. Hockey nets are highly desirable. People like having them in their backyards and whatnot. And the hockey nets at our hockey rink, I think, are about $300 to $350 a piece. And it's just never been a problem. They've never disappeared.
I think we should give pickleball a chance
Yeah,
here in
I
Delafield.
Didn't even make a motion. Thank you.
So I wanted to ask about the trees on Oakwood Park. We've got 20,000 coming from the tree fund, 20,000 coming from the general fund. Could any more of that money come from the tree fund?
I'm gonna make a motion on that because we got some new information.
Talking to the mic, please.
We got some new information, so I'm gonna make a motion on that. Thanks to Sean Heinzel, our tree expert, our city forester. Listen to the little speaker down there. Then I'm gonna, for a change, I'm not gonna ignore you because I'm over there. Yeah, thanks to Sean Heinzel, our forester, our city forester. He found that possible grant, state grant, matching grant that we could use. So I'm going to move to withdraw the $20,000, and we'll use the tree fund and go for a matching grant to get what we need.
I second
Good
that.
work. Thank you for working with Sean to investigate that.
Yeah,
Very
he-
much appreciated from this seat.
You did a good job on the design too, and I know we had some discussion about, how much, do you really need that many trees? And the answer is yes. But there's maybe a better way to get the money, so.
Mark, do you know when we'll find out about that grant, and then what would be the plan if we didn't get the grant?
So we have a motion. We do not technically have a second at this point. You did talk. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I apologize.
Yeah, we haven't applied for the grant yet, but if we don't get it, we would do partial planning next year, and I'll be back here with the same discussion for additional funds, unless we get a nice big donation to the tree fund.
You know, we've had 2 recent additions to the tree fund.
No?
So the tree fund's at 51,000 right now.
Really? I thought it was at 30.
Yeah, it was, where did that come from?
We just recently got about $14,000 from Tanis and over $10,000 from the dental office on Genesee Street.
Development brings tree fund money.
Wow. Did they cut down trees for the dental office? 10 grand worth? That's a lot of caliber inches there. Wow.
Sounds like they potentially could be going to Oakwood Road or somewhere else.
All right.
We can use it. So we have a motion to remove the $20,000 request from the budget.
So what I have for the motion is to withdraw the $20,000 contribution from the general fund for the Oakwood Park Tree Project and use the tree fund amount and move forward with a matching grant for the remaining $20,000.
Yes,
Is that accurate?
yes.
All right, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes.
Okay, I have a question about our St. John's Public Pier, the private funding. I don't understand how it's in the budget and what the council's expected to approve or not approve. And I would move to withdraw that motion to get private funding in no small measure because of the legal challenges that are there. Asking people to donate money seems a little premature.
I will always second that.
So right now, I guess, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, the status of the public boat dock for St. John's Bay is that we applied for, or we're in the process, we applied for a grant, or we applied for a permit. I'm sorry, let me start over. We applied for a permit to install a pier, knowing that we're extremely likely to be eligible for matching funds to pay for half of a pier. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the expectation was at the time that we approved this 2 years ago-ish, that the cost was going to be approximately 60 grand, and it came to light that it was going to cost more than that, another $30,000 more than that. So we're in need of another approximately $15,000 to cover that gap, with the expectation another matching grant would match that. In the interim, we decided last year not to approve that $15,000, despite the fact we've got a permit. However, we don't have any matching funds yet, because we can't pay for a pier when we've only got 70% of the money-ish.
We don't have 70%, do we? We
Just
haven't
saying.
gotten the 30,000 match yet, right?
We can't get the 30,000 match without moving forward with the application. And we
So-
can't do the application until we have the full amount
Just
of
trying-
our portion funded.
Just trying to establish a baseline for the question about whether or not we should remove the possibility that we'd get a private donation of $14,750. Based on our vote last year to not spend the extra $15,000, that's one of several obstacles to this going forward. Knowing that that if it were to go forward, there's a couple contingencies. One, $15,000 would have to appear out of nowhere, which is what this line item is as far as a public donation. The second contingency is that a DNR grant would be approved by the DNR to match that full amount to give us what we need to spend to put a pier in. Correct. Well, yes. And the third one would be that whoever decides to sue us over a project would not be victorious or would not cause us so much grief that we just give up. Those are the three obstacles from a purely budgetary standpoint, as far as what's in front of us right now. I just wanted, is that a fair summary?
That's fair.
I'm not a believer in allowing somebody with the willingness to sue the city to dictate what is in the best interest of the city. So I don't think that we should allow the specter of litigation unless we think we're just horribly wrong in our actions to deter us from doing what we think is a good idea. It's not unanimous that a pier in the St. John's Park Bay is a good idea. And there's different opinions about how widespread either the support or the lack of support is, or the absolute desire not to have it at all. However, I maintain the fact that I think it's unusual for a city like ours with a downtown that's abutting a lake not to have that as an amenity. I don't know of a different place to put it. The city owns the land. We're riparian owners of that lake, just like everybody else on the lake. And like a good 40 to 50% of the piers that exist in the lake, they're also in the same designated area of special interest. It's not unique to St. John's Bay. It exists in all the channels and some places in the Kettle where the condos come out. And the proliferation of piers has been going on for since the dam was put in, or since before the dam was put in the early 1900s. The real issue comes down to the fact that it was a close vote on approval of the pier when it only cost us $30,000 2 years ago. The specter that it was going to be another 15 switched that close vote to a close vote against it. Now that 15 grand is off the table as far as a barrier, and there's already 30 that we've decided was a decent idea to go forward, I remain in favor of a pier moving forward with a $30,000 investment or $29,500 investment we've already committed to, knowing that these other criteria need to be met. Can't lose a lawsuit, and the DNR has to pony up their share. And that if there's an extra 15 grand to be made up, somebody's going to come in and spend it above and beyond what they're already paying for taxes. So that's my point on my position on the pier inside of St. John's Bay.
If residents step up with $15,000, that's sort of voting with your wallet. It's saying that they do support it. It doesn't cost us anything to leave that line item in there, because if there aren't donations, then it doesn't exist, it doesn't happen, and it doesn't move forward.
We'd be approving it, saying that everything else, leaving it in there means we're approving the pier, given those three criteria I mentioned, is, in my opinion, correct? Like, if we leave that line item as is, with the DNR giving their share and the private person giving their share, it doesn't affect our expenditure at all But it is approval of this project moving forward, correct?
Not in my opinion. In my opinion, it's zero in the budget. We're not asking for the budget to be approved. It's basically holding a spot. We're not approving any money. We're asked to approve, in my opinion, approve dollars in this budget. And the council is being asked to approve $0 in this budget.
But it is giving voice and more power to people who are willing to spend this money, bypassing the process that the council went through.
See, the thing is, though, we spent a lot of time and energy, and so Paul and Dirk, before you guys were on, we had these discussions, a lot of discussions, and people showed up in support of this as well. There are people who are very boisterous and are showing up here voicing their concerns. Prior to us approving it the first time, there was a lot of support for it. People were showing up and saying, we want this. There were petitions with hundreds of signatures. This was something that we discussed it at length, and it was approved. It went through, it was approved with a 30,000. It was approved. And now we're voting on $0, and this isn't about the money because it's zero. You're trying to turn down a project that's already been approved 2 years ago.
It's not that simple. The hundreds of supporting ballots came from exactly no one on the Bay.
You're right.
Right.
Because they don't represent the entire city.
No, but it's just not that simple. And the discounting of the actual impact on the Bay. Yes, there are other docks on the Bay. Yes, there are. Lots of them. But they don't invite unregulated, undiscussed, any number of people to come as often as possible.
That's why this is being so thoroughly investigated by the DNR.
And it wasn't. If you were a part of the public hearing, and I can share the link and give you the actual places in the public hearing where Allison Masick, who approved the permit, said directly she was only considering the materials for the structure of the pier itself and was not prepared to and not interested in and not considering any impact on the Bay. She said it 3 different times in that meeting. I watched it again this week. I know it's very frustrating. I would love a pier. I would love that bay to be 6 feet deep and not 16 inches deep. I wish we would have worked with the people who don't like the idea. The city has never brought them into the discussion, and I'm very troubled by that. So it's $0 now, but I think the price that we will pay, I'm used to losing. I lose all the time. I have very few things I oppose on this city, on this budget, and this is my 11th budget. And this is the only thing that I have objected to, and I'm not doing because it's fun. So I am very troubled that we don't want to be dictated by people who are willing to spend their hard-earned dollars to protect the Bay, but we're okay with unnamed people to spend money to finance something. They both feel wrong to me. So that's my only question, and I know there's nothing to approve, and so we can just move forward.
I was in
That's
that
all.
hearing too, and the reason Allison said that, it was outside the scope of her expertise. There's a team that's reviewing this, and there are safety experts, and there are dam experts, and there are water pollution experts, and there are wildlife experts. She has to work within her area of expertise. She can't speak for all of those experts on her team, and that's what she was saying that she couldn't consider. It was a public hearing to take in the public comment. It wasn't a point of decision. It was just like we have a public hearing. It's just to listen and make sure we get all of our constituents' wishes considered, and that's what she was doing.
And in our packet, later on in the agenda, you'll see that the DNR approved the application that was submitted, and now it's being challenged by a third party. So at this point in time, the city and the DNR are heading in the same direction. It's a small group that is actually heading in the opposite direction.
I just wanted to, I mean, again, I just want to reiterate, though, that this is a small group, a very small group of people that are very loud and very boisterous who are opposing this.
I wish you wouldn't say that. You don't even know them. You don't know them at all. It is a very favorite little catchphrase to say it's a small group of very loud people.
It's the same people that have been coming every time. It's a small group of people.
Many of them
and
are-
you keep
yeah.
quoting, it's the same people that live on the bay, and a few others. But yet you're discounting the hundreds of people that we've been talking to who are supporting it. They don't matter.
No, I'm not saying that.
But
I'm
you
saying
said
we
they
aren't
don't have a
talking-
voice here.
Once again, we're not talking to each other. We're just saying you're wrong, I'm right. So
That's not what I said. What I said is
She's saying there are a
You-
lot of people in favor of it, and I've
you
heard from a lot of people who are
literally
in favor of it.
started the
They just
conversation by
haven't shown
saying
up.
I was incorrect.
I'd just like to point out that there are a lot of really passionate people on the east side of the lake and a lot of really passionate people on the south side of the lake. And as an older person who represents a district who has no lake whatsoever, I'm kind of like, you guys go fight it out. But there are people on both sides, and I mean, I've heard a lot of energy on both sides, and I'm very
The argument
swing vote on
against
that.
it, the argument against it is if there are legitimate, I mean, again, she made a list. She sent a list of 7 things that were opposing it. Half of those things that she mentioned in the citizens' comments are not factual, are not based on their opinions and their things, and they're based on people's feelings. There's some stuff that is based on facts that have been disproven and discredited. They're not. If you're talking about should we have access to downtown or should we not? What are you going to make your decision on? What would sway you on that? Is it based on the money? Is it based on, do you think that people should have the right to a bay that they don't own? Do you think that the hundreds of people who live on the lake should have access to the services and the amenities downtown that we pay for with our taxes as well? I believe that there should be a public access that is for the citizens. I mean, it's going to be mostly used by the citizens that live on the lake. And it's going to bring business. I really want to be able to bring my kids down I mean, I don't live on the lake, but I have access to the lake. I would love to be able to bring my kids downtown and walk in and see the shops. I never come downtown because it's very hard to find parking and it's all the way around. But we have access to the lake and I can come in. I would love to be able to do that. My kids would love to walk around downtown.
I think we should table this discussion because we're getting off on a philosophical discussion and this is a budget discussion. So I'm happy to continue this elsewhere at another time, but I'm troubled. I would just like to say I would love to have a pier for the public. The bay is too shallow. That's it. And I spend a lot of time there, and I would walk out with you right now and have you walk in that bay and show me how deep it is. Because it won't fit the boats. Had we regulated the boats, yeah, I'd be all over it. But we didn't. We said, let's build it and see what happens. So that's why I'm troubled.
To that point, Tom, if we leave this in the way it's sitting here and it's not taken out of the budget, does the process just walk this through and this project goes forward, or is the staff waiting for a future vote on the pier project?
This council has directed staff that despite the past vote on increasing the budget failing, that we should continue seeing the permit process through. With this inclusion in the budget, there's been some comments tonight that this isn't increasing the budget. That's not true. This is increasing the budget from $60,000 to $89,500, but it is not increasing the city's funding of the project whatsoever. This is a bit of a moot point to even discuss this. I understand that there's principles at stake from different perspectives, but the DNR will not even consider a grant funding application from us until the permit issue is resolved.
Tom, I have a question for you. Is it common practice for the DNR to issue a matching grant to a private donation?
Yes. It's actually even gives you positive points in the grant scoring system if you're able to include other funding sources like joint cost sharing.
The only comments I have on this is, for one, this is a project that the council has turned down twice. Okay?
I think just once. And they didn't turn down the project, they turned down the increasing of the budget for the project.
Right. And then we had a midterm vote again this year. Was not the second one that was turned down? It was asked to do it, I know we did a second vote during the year.
I'm only remembering one. Is anybody remembering something different besides Paul?
It was approved once at the $60,000 level, and it was rejected at the $90,000 level.
It was
once.
the additional funds was what was rejected.
Right. Thank you.
But what's interesting about this one is there's a lot of people on the lake who don't live in the bay want to have it. And I understand that. I would love to be able to come downtown too, but it's St. John's Bay by DNR is it's a highly protected area of the lake, different from any other part of the lake.
There's
There's others.
five highly protected sensitive areas on Lake Napoleon.
Yes, I'd be happy to share the map with you.
There's a ton of pier, like 40% of the piers in the lake are in protected areas. Same designation.
Yeah. Including all the piers in St. John's Bay.
But I know from lake welfare, as far as weed control and dredging and things like that, St. John's was always a hands-off. But the rest of the lake, they've allowed dredging, and they've allowed weed cutting, and they've allowed chemical processing. They've allowed nothing in St. John's Bay. So St. John's has to be something different than the rest of the lake. Because DNR hasn't allowed us to do anything in there.
But even the DNR approved this project.
That's very, very interesting.
Right.
It's a separate part.
That's what happened.
Because the claims that this is going to be, it's not factual. It's not based on any it's not based on any of the the people who have the authority to do this.
And it'll work through the process.
The DNR are the experts.
I don't dare speak for anybody inside the Bay, but somebody did state in a correspondence that the DNR, if they're going to approve a pier, they should approve dredging. They want both. So as far as protect the fish, they want it dredged.
I haven't heard that. I've talked to virtually every one of those because they're all in, well, I've either had letters or phone conversations, so most of them are in Area 6. And it's just, when you live around it, it's your backyard, and you're vehemently against it. I just have a tough time saying that many people who live in that area don't want it that badly, and they have to live in it.
I just say we run into this with every single trail we put in the city, anywhere. Every single trail, if it's going to go across from one person's house to the next across their driveway, even though it's all city land, it is a very common thing. Not everybody ends up falling in love with the walking path that's in front of their house. But projects like the trail that goes across Fireman's Park from downtown, and then through Fireman's Park that connects up with the Lake Country Trail System, and the trail that goes right through the St. John's Park next to the bay that goes up to Oakwood. Those met incredibly loud vocal opposition. And I think for the most part, a lot of those people were proven, I'm not gonna, again, speaking with other people is difficult, but both trails turned out to be beautiful. And I know there's a lot of good points to be made. Like you said, it's their backyard. It's also a state park. There's people that, anyways.
I'll
But
just make
again, since if it's in the budget as it is, there's 3 hurdles it's got to get across. And, I'd just say that I would like to see this just continue its course until we end up with an actual decision saying, we've got a permit approved, we've got the funding sources available, should we continue to go forward with it or not? I think abandoning it right now would be a mistake.
But I think would make sense to at least hold it back a little bit until the DNR or whoever rules on this. So, as it's going to go back to the DNR, and they're going to have to look at their findings, and if they verify that again, say, no, they don't have an issue with it, it's done. But if they do have an issue and we put the pier in, now we got to take it out.
We're not,
And then we've wasted
we're not
all
putting the pier in until that's done. No, this is just allowing us to move forward. The pier's not going in until all of that happens.
Yeah.
So,
And again, the DNR will not entertain our grant application until the permit issue is resolved.
This doesn't
Okay.
make
Okay.
anything happen. It's a placeholder
yeah,
in case we get public.
Paul, all this does is allow us to continue discussing it. To remove this is to kill it completely.
Okay.
Honestly, there's been discussion that, depending on which way the decision goes, that there may be an appeal in the future, and chances are we might still be talking about this project 2 years from now, and the cost will change again. And so I think we're still pretty early in this process.
Like a wise guy said, there's a process for this. Let it work its way through the process. And we'll see what the DNR says. That's why we're.
Was there a motion on this?
Yes.
So what?
I'm
can
just
we
waiting
repeat
for
it?
discussion to end.
I think it's over.
To remove the private funding in the budget for St. John's Bay Pier from the capital improvement budget because legal issues make it seem premature to ask for private funds.
Okay.
Just a point of discussion, if the private funding is going to be removed, you should also remove the grant funding that matches it.
So can you read that back just one more time?
Yep. Right now it reads to remove the private funding in the budget for St. John's Bay Pier from the capital improvement plan budget because legal issues make it seem premature to ask for private funds.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
So I have Grimmer, Wilkin, and Valdy on the ayes right now. Am I missing anybody? And Price on the ayes.
Was the first one.
On an aye. So you're approving okay, so,
Approving the motion.
okay.
And all those opposed?
Nay.
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 Motion carries.
Does anyone want to pass a motion to take out Does anyone want to pass a motion to take out the grant funding that's associated with the private funding? Because you can't get that without the matching funds.
I'll make a motion to remove the Wisconsin DNR grant funding of $14,750 from the 2024 capital budget.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Just the 2 on the nay? Or 3 on the nay this time?
Two on
Okay.
the nay. Motion carries. Okay. Any other motions on the capital budget?
I have a question for the chief. The only chief in the room. This is probably the easiest question to get asked for a while. I know we've talked about at our budget hearing, our public, what do you call it, budget workshop and that. You've got, I would describe it as fair to say it's an update and overhaul of the existing camera and IT system that we've got for communicating with each other and the squads. And I guess give me a summary of, we're spending a lot of money on gadgets here. What are we getting?
So the the Axon body and fleet cameras, those are our body worn cameras, and the fleet cameras are the ones installed in the squad cars. In the Capitol, this is just the hardware associated with the operating budget that was approved earlier. So this is all the actual tech that needs to be installed. The flock cameras, once again, in Capitol here, that is just the camera installs themselves. It's the hardware, and those are the license plate reading cameras. As for the other tech, there's a .gov cloud migration. That's our internal storage and internal email and communication systems, moving to a federally compliant system for that.
Thank you. I just wanted summary. It's nice to see that you're keeping up to speed, up to time with things. And you expect to get the 5 years out of the you've got cameras and stuff in here, right? For 5. Let's see.
Yep.
Yeah.
5
Axon.
years for pretty much all the technology. We anticipate occasional failures, but we have contingencies in operating to address those. And the body worn cameras come with a 3-year no questions warranty.
Chief, how long have we had the current body cams?
They vary. We see an average lifespan of about 3 years with this particular technology.
But you anticipate 5 with the new?
Correct.
That's all I had. Thanks, Chief.
Okay, any more motions on the capital budget?
I did have the website redesign in there as the $20,000 for a new website versus the $10,000 for the redesign with the current vendor. I would ask that the council make a determination one way or the other so I know how to proceed forward budgetarily.
10,000 with the current vendor seemed like the better solution to me based on what you shared at the workshop.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I would take your vote, Danielle, because you really looked into that, and you guys talked about some of the functions, so it makes sense.
I think the existing one has the capabilities that I was looking for, so I'm good with the existing one.
Somebody want to make that motion to reduce that budget from 20,000 to 10,000?
I'll also move.
I'll second.
All right. Is there any discussion?
I've been through a few website redesigns, and you build it based on the hosting system's capabilities at that time, and that develops, right? So it turns out there's capabilities we're not using, or we need things we didn't need back then, and it looks like, you feel like you got to change the host system to get what you need, and a lot of times the capability is there, we're just not using it, and it sounds like what we have here.
I agree. So, I think it's still going to be a big project, but
Yeah, it always is.
Hopefully the learning curve is a little steeper, yeah. Less steep.
It's not a simple website.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Don't hear any discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. Any other motions for the capital budget? other motions for the capital budget?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2024 capital budget as amended.
Yep.
Second.
All good?
Do you have a full amount? Do we want the number?
Yeah, we would prefer the number.
Do you have the total and then the general fund amount?
Yes.
The full amount would be 2,109,835, with the general fund portion being 1,809,745.
I'll amend my motion to include those numbers.
Second.
Let me know when you're ready, Molly.
I'm good.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. All right. We are on to 12E, approval of the voucher payable report.
Move to approve the vouchers.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. Okay, on to number 13, announcement of matters for possible closed session. The council will convene into open session after completion of the closed session to consider the balance of the agenda. Motion to convene into closed session pursuant to the provision of Wisconsin Statute 19.851E, deliberating or negotiating the purchase of a public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require closed session. More specifically, developing a proposal for amending the funding methodology used to distribute costs to partner municipalities in the current Lake Country Fire and Rescue intermunicipal agreement.
I'll move into closed session.
Second.
Henry,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Valdy,
Aye.
Wilkin,
Aye.
Grimmer,
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye.
it on.
I keep, just for the record, I keep YouTube live on while we're in closed session so that if there is an accident, we can catch it right away.
Smart.
No, I turned it on just now when you opened it up, and then I turned it back off when we were on video.
It's okay.
Seems like we should have some switchback
Mike's
looking for a cue.
Okay. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order, convened into open session. Discuss, get a roll call vote.
I'll make a motion to return to open session.
Second.
Henry,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Valdy,
Aye.
Wilkin,
Aye.
Grimmer,
Aye.
Price,
Aye.
Iker.
Aye.
Great, thank you. C, discussion and possible action regarding items discussed in the closed session. There's no action to take. We'll move on to 14, reports of city officials. City Administrator, 1A, Public Service Commission request for the City of Delafield Water Utility to submit a conventional rate case application.
Yeah, just two quick items tonight in my update. The first one, as the mayor mentioned, we did receive a request from the Public Service Commission for our water utility to perform a rate analysis, and we have contracted with our auditor, Johnson Block, to perform that rate analysis, and we will have that submitted to the Public Service Commission by the end of January, the deadline that they set for us. And then secondly, as we've talked about earlier in this meeting, regarding the St. John's Pier contested case hearing, that is moving forward again now that the staff member involved is off of maternity leave, and the administrative law judge has called for a pre-hearing conference, which is scheduled for December 21st at 1:30. That is a virtual meeting. It's open to the public. My understanding is it's generally just the attorneys involved that generally participate, and it's just looking to set the date for the actual hearing, which is projected to likely occur in late January or early February.
Great, thank you much. City Clerk?
The only thing that I have, I did receive my WCMC certification just a week ago or so. So a little year delayed because of my health issues last summer, but finally worked through it. So some reminders about some closures. We are closed Thursday and Friday this week.
Great, well, congratulations on the certificate.
Thank you.
That means you need our communicator articles by Wednesday?
The deadline is the 22nd, with the expectation that I would imagine some will be rolling in over the holiday or over the weekend. So,
Sounds good.
No problem.
thank you.
City Treasurer, nothing other than the things in the packet. Council requests for future agenda items. Any council requests? Seeing none, we'll refer you to correspondence. Number 16, we are now adjourned at 10:51 p.m.
What was that philosophy? Fewer meetings, but they might go a little bit longer. I'm still in favor of that.